A little bit of Jadooby. A little bit of Jadooby. This is not the full Jadoob, buddy. Zoop. All right, now the Jadooby. Is that my Jadooby? That's not my Jadooby. Is that my Jadooby? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't know. It's still not quite what I wanted. Okay. Bows. How come this thing doesn't look the way it's supposed to look? Poor KY. Don't it look the way it's supposed to look? In any case, let's get into it. And I'm supposed to touch something here like this collapse thing. Ooh, there we go. So, gotta get the heat on quietly. Not really, Ringo. I have a little space heater in my office, but the heat in the house not on, buddy, not on. Okay, let me tell you what's going on, Ringo. We are doing the top annotations. I've gone from the bottom, dude, and it is hard work. And so it's a very simple process. We go through the 1600, the old ones. We see which ones are kind of up to snuff. We axe the ones that we feel probably aren't, and then we go look in the database for new ones. Oh man, Quad XC's got the Rona, dude. I just had it recently. Brutal. I've had it 4 times. Numbers 2 and 3 were easy. Nothing even touched me. But number 4, man, knocked me. Yeah, my body was all messed up. Okay, so the dream is that I'm going to do all this all the way up to all the cohorts in the dojo, and then not only are we going to update them for the model game annotations, but that we will then publish a book called How to Analyze Your Games, and 5 games from each cohort will be in there. All right, so let's look. And I believe, I never understand why it says white versus black. Actually, I think I do understand. Okay. So. Okay, Egyptian League, dude. Cool, man. That's so great about the dojo, man. It's totally worldwide. This is fun. Okay. Now, if I was this guy's teacher, coach, I would want him to talk a little bit about what the dreams of this position are. B6 is frisky, primarily because, right, it's going to allow the white to go for C6 themselves. Right, you might lose that pawn, but it is really messing with black until they win it. Yeah, okay, this will be fun. Oh, I didn't believe in that move. So, and maybe they gotta do that. Yeah, maybe this position is so bad that they just must play this way anyway. Yeah, okay. So he's got to commit. And now queen e8. He gives it an excellent. These are great notes, too. These are great notes. And right, already, if white wants a draw, he can play queen h5 after bishop d6. After queen e8, he doesn't get to play for the draw. And that's a fun variation he's giving over here, see? Yeah, very nice, too. Okay, so that would be on bishop d6, which he likes less, and he likes queen e8. And not only that, but f6 is going to be a threat. Okay, so now, very tactical, and he looks at that rook c1 and queen c2. It's a little chicken scratchy, but yeah. The problem with rook c1 is truly then f6, and then we don't know what's going on. On queen c2, he looks at knight c6. That's a nice move. Oh my God. Here's an example of variation went a little too long. I think. Because, like, well, there's other moves besides bishop g6. So this is, right, is a little bit too long of a thing. But these are good variations. And he's looking also at g6 and h4, which has got to be at the least interesting play. h4, f6. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, so the variation is a little too long. You need to cut it off. But still, knight b5, bishop d6. Rook c1 would have been inconsistent according to my previous moves as it plays defensively and gives him time to develop his pieces. We could also have discussed, okay, in this position, check to the miserable king first, and then bishop d6. It seems more, at least it's like something we got to talk about, because I think you're playing, I think you're playing king e2. And maybe it's good to have the king there, but we definitely want to talk about it. Okay. And dude just blows it, man. He's ready to go. He doesn't care. Here it comes. Crisis. Crisis happens. Crisis happens. H5, let's go, baby. What a great game, man. Which may be blunder on the next move. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is amazing. Haven't been alive in years. So, fe5. Oh, man. I just want to say, this guy, I feel, played a very high-level game. And one of the interesting things about thinking about the check earlier is he kind of needs to check now. And king e2 is more natural, but here, right, we have this knight takes c7 thing. And the problem for poor black is that, yeah, he's getting wasted on c7. Another move maybe I'd want to think about for black is a6 here. And then the good news is I have takes here. And I think I should be winning because I will get HG off. Wow. Yeah, I think you're toast now, buddy. Oh, okay, still fighting. Still fighting. Oh, this allows this. Right, knight b4. And that's the move black needs to see is that bad boy right there. Exactly. Dude, the level of annotations here, my friends. It is high. It is high. Wow, look at that move. What? Now they're losing their mind. Okay, so queen c6 doesn't work. And okay, wait, but I have questions here. What's going on rook takes h7? Oh, you're worried about knight takes d4. Right. Wait, God, this is complicated. So then bishop b5. Wait, we were talking about knight b4, but what about knight d4? Allow some counterplay. Queen c3. Oh, man. This is a great annotation, man. Queen c3 exclam. There's our rook h7. That ain't it. Thank you very much. Dang. Dang. That ain't it. Dude, this guy, man. Taste me. Wow, man. That's a great one, man. Dang. Okay, so that one's definitely staying. And let me just say, my friends, that was... I mean, these people are only 16, 17. And clearly, like, the one mistake he made was egregious. But, dude, he put some work in the annotations, man. And what happened to this dude? That's what I would like to know. Abu Ziyed. Now, he might have a different name on the scoreboard, but let me just go look. I haven't seen that guy's name in a while. Abu Ziyed. Now, there's Abu El-Banat, but that's a different cohort. Yeah, he probably has a different name. I don't know how to find his name. Let me look 15, 1600. Well, there's just so many people here, dude. No. This would be 16, 17, excuse me. I don't know how we're going to find this person, dude. This cohort is pretty lame, by the way. Because now, so what this is this lists only the people who are active. And normally, let's actually compare in terms of active people. So active would be they've done something in the last 30 days. Here we have, oh, it's pretty weak as we go up, dude. So we need more active. I wonder if there's a way for me to see this with the stats. So there's our inactive. Yeah, okay. So yeah, there's our blue. And the blue, that says 64 is active and 15, 16. So, but that's a different measure of active. Okay, cool. So, anyways, I hope I can find this guy somehow, because that was an amazing annotation. That was done last year. All right, let's keep going. All right. I like this E3 stuff. Knight F6. Good. Bishop B3 is definitely a better move, right? Maybe we want him to say why it's a better move. With his annotation Queen E7, he's implying he was intending Bishop H5, but then didn't like Knight H5, followed by Queen F7. Actually, he says it right there, Jesse. Thank you very much. Okay. I would want to talk a little bit about this F3 move. So what is our plan? Okay. I'm just reading these notes here. If I'd seen Queen A7, A7, really, boss? Later in the line, I may have considered a different idea. But after the game, I strongly see a good move here for white, possibly indicating that Knight D5 is a great move for black. I don't understand Knight D5. Yeah. Let's see, if we're going to make an argument about Knight D5, it's... By the way, what's the problem with F3? The problem with F3 is I don't know. You just murdered my knight on G1. I have no idea how you intend to fix the knight. The argument for Knight D5 is that he's really afraid of being dominated by E4, even though you didn't do it last move. The knight on F6 being dominated by E4. So I'm just going to go ahead and say black seems more than fine after, say, Bishop G7. Let's say E4. Nah, just Rook E8, Rook H8, right? He gets the business. He's doing fine. He's doing fine. Yeah. So, it is maybe true that after Knight D5 we have some thinks ahead of us. Knight B5, A6, Knight A3 is really weird. e4 he considers. He considers bishop f2. I'll just say for my chump self, first thing I'd consider is bishop somewhere, and then knight e2. I gotta fix my knight, man. I gotta fix my knight. Okay. So, knight d5, definitely f4 is a mistake. And, well, I guess you could argue he's trying to fix his knight. I want him to talk a little bit about, like, things he wants and stuff. So when he says queen a7 earlier, I knew it was probably h7, because here he's talking about this move here. Now, I see. Okay. There's a lot of actually reasonable moves here for black, though. Rook e8 looks good. All right. I think we got to talk about pop, and pop, dude. Oh, he wants bishop h4. This is the line I'd calculated from knight d5 and thought was better for black, for white. Huh. Maybe. A little bit hard. Well, definitely hard to say exactly what's happening here. Like bishop g7. In any case, black. Well, you know, we got to also say, dude could play queen h7 right here, too. Maybe then our knight gets out, though. Okay, so this is the way it goes down. And then he's trying to make bishop d8 work. I don't know about g3. Like, dude, you could play bishop d3, and obviously you want to play knight e2, right? And you can play g3 only when bishop e7 comes. Black obliges with this move. Why? Why, dude, just play rook e8? All right, we needed to fix that a long time ago. So the friction on h4 helps white organize the rook here. And now he doesn't like rook h4. It's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine that the rook h4 is that much better than knight c3. But I guess I get it. So the intention is knight c3, and then I don't have queen e7. Very fancy. That's a good note. That's a good note. Okay, but if queen a takes e3 is not good, then we can do the same thing. The knight c3 doesn't really change it, right? Oh, God, this is complicated. So you were talking about this variation. Got to talk about this move, though, right? Unclear. Unclear to me. Oh, I remember this game now. So this is where I wanted more. I remember this because it's too, there's too many questions here of how can I at least try to fix the knight. So that's a good game, but I'm going to axe that one. And a problem we're having here is that when people go up a cohort, how should I say this? When people like submit a game in 15, 16, then graduate to 16, 17, their game is showing up in both of those cohorts. And what I want it to do is only show up in the cohort you were in when you did the annotation. But let's do something fun. Let's not Google. Let's check this dude in the see if he's still around. So this is Peter Live Say. No? Peter Live See. There he is. Follow. Okay. Let's see activity. All time. Dude hasn't done that much. And he's not listing his beautiful annotations, though the annotations were truly 2022. Okay. So, right, yeah. Okay, like this guy's Lee Chess rating is God knows what. Well, actually, this rating's all messed up, but he's not really active there. Peter the Pawn. Okay, my friends, I gotta have a coffee. Why? Because I deserve it. Because I deserve it, my friends. I'll be right back. Dude, Mitch Fabian is living it up watching Kraai, man. Oh, no chess for Mitch, buddy. Hey, Mitch, I'm going to Charlotte in January. You could get off for that, dude. We'll go back to Charlotte. Mitch, that's not what you're supposed to be doing, buddy. You are supposed to be following the program. Okay, Mitch? In fact, let's go stalk Mitch. Because I have a feeling, this is the thing. When you got a kid and life is screaming at you, yada, yada, I get it, dude. I got my problems too, buddy. But now we're going to go stalk you, buddy. We're going to go see what's going on. Mitch Fabian. We're going to follow this dude. Look at that. Almost the 1600 bows. And these are way higher, these other ones. And then we go activity. He's done a little bit. What is he doing? Some end game. Hold on. Someone's knocking at my door. All right. Homeboy is back here. Come on, Mitch. You're going to get there, bows. Has he done some games? Not so many. Yeah, not too many bows. We need to see all those games from Charlotte. Not my great predecessors, blah, blah, blah. Trust the program, Mitch. Mitch, I'm talking to you. Trust the program. Jeez, Malise. You know, an old timer like Mitch, you can't even get him to hold the line, dude. Okay. So let's go to the next game. Santa Monica. Oh, how can you play chess in Santa Monica? It's too nice. Okay. Whoa. So I think it's actually from Black's perspective. That's a good move, buddy. That's a weird move. White just wants a sack on you, bows. Queen G4 had to be talked about. There it is, queen g4. And now dude finally does do queen g4. And now he loses his mind. Absolutely loses his mind. It says at least white will have to think about it a little bit. Okay, h4 can't be the only thing that we need to be talking about here, though. And this is definite. G5 maybe, dude. G5 maybe, but h4 isn't the only thing for us to consider. It's definitely true that queen g4 on move 6 was a lot cleaner than here. So, for example, if knight f3, we have to think about h5. If knight e2, we have to have something against c4. And what's amazing about h4, h5 is actually white would play hg. Well, maybe hg, honestly. Maybe that doesn't even work. Maybe that's nothing. Oh, this coffee's delicious. Okay. So if that doesn't work, though, then I'm not into h4. Because bare minimum, black can play h4, h5, and then push past. What a mess. F4 seems interesting. Okay, I might skip this. I might skip this one. Now you should be doing fine, though, dude. So if queen g4 was a good move, at this point you've solved all your problems, right? Here he's missing knight takes e5. Okay, I want to say this is a good annotation by all means, but I'm going to axe it. Okay, so next up is Past John. 90-30. Here we go. Mitch, don't listen to Kostya. Trust the program. Trust the program, buddy. Okay. Okay, so he likes f4 better. I agree, h3 is a little weird. It almost feels like if the knight were on f6 and we wanted to play bishop b3, then maybe h3 then. h3 can sometimes be useful. That I'm not sure about. And definitely here, rook b8 seems unnecessary if you want to play b5, because you can play b5 immediately now because this can't be taken. Or you can take it, you're just going to lose the b pawn. And this is a common mistake where black is worried about bishop h6, but that's his bad bishop. Knight d4 in itself, not bad, but it doesn't make sense with rook b8. And here we have to talk about other things, like maybe knight f4, but gf has to be the more normal, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so I'm going to axe this one. Not a bad, definitely good annotation. It's just, I know, well, I feel I know. We're going to find out. But I feel I know that when we get up to, we look in the database, there's a lot of new annotations that will rise above here. Notice too, good prose, but not that many variations. Okay, next up we have, I can't pronounce that. All right, Vegas National Open. Notice too that we're getting, in the lower cohorts, it's almost all online games, and now we're getting in real life games. Okay, I have a feeling Chris Bunch is black. So he's done some Shanklin stuff. Here, knight bd2 is the main move. But okay. Could queen b6 really be that bad? I can't believe it is that bad. Maybe. Maybe it is a true, maybe you're hurt. Maybe you're getting hurt here, son. Oh, maybe this is a nice trick for me to know. Okay, thank you. Oh, knight c3, man. What a bummer. What a bummer, man. Oh, man. Okay, bravo, White. That's a nice move. Queen a5, queen d2. Again, I should have gone for bishop g4, rook c8 to ward off knight c7. Huh. Okay, so e6. E6 seems natural to me. Yeah, we're in the deep doo-doo here. Dang, our position is nasty here. Takes. Knight takes. Okay, let's say the obvious thing. King takes should be considered. So, for example, let's assume king d7 is a thing. And now maybe the same business with rook c1 next. White's playing pretty good though, dude. Man, this is rough. Okay. So he encourages dude to come in. White gets his pawn. And he says clear advantage. Okay, so to me, definitely winning for white. Wasn't 100% on bishop takes versus rook takes on d5. We get this. And then if that's white's best move, then we certainly have white's lost the thread, right? So let's take a moment. One problem here too is like this knight on b3 is not the greatest. If knight b4 again, if a3 after knight b4 is the best, then black maybe only a little bit worse even because the unopposed bishop will be so strong. This one. So I just want to go back a second. And rook d5. I think king e6, bishop c4 is then too much. So king e8. And now I'm going to claim that that's lost for black. Right? No, you can play bishop e6. So this one too. Maybe not super simple. Amazingly, because you'd think like it's got to be winning with the rook on h8. Well, that's interesting. Bishop c4, king e8, bishop d5, knight b4. This shows, man. This shows it's not so easy. I almost want to go back. I'm like, he was doing so good, dude. Why did this get hard? This might be overly clever, but I would want to consider that too, because here black's a little bit hard to find the move for the dude. Okay, let's look at the game. b4, pop. Right, and I'll say the black has, maybe they're going to live here. g5, good. Bishop e5, f6. Okay, we definitely need to talk about that move, though. Because white isn't fixing their stuff. And the other thing, too, to talk about this is f6 is a valuable improvement for the white pieces, for the black pieces. And when we go back here, you might think to yourself, I'm winning a tempo, but the rook kind of wants to go back anyway, right? So if we imagine bishop g3, if h5, we could, we'll play h4. And then next we'll have knight d4. And then this looks like a clear advantage. Probably still want to play rook a8 here. Okay, let's keep going. There's some problems with the annotation, but I'm not complaining too much here. I definitely want him to consider rook. Wait a second, yeah, e4. Rook c8. I don't like it because you're encouraging this rook to come in. What's the right move? It's got to be king f7. And here I don't want to trade rooks because now what happens is both the taking with the knight and the king are helping both. We definitely need to talk about king takes here, though, right? Gotta talk about king takes. So right, okay. I'm gonna ask this a good annotation, but I'm gonna ask this one too. Chapter. And now we have, okay, so that's it. And the next one is going to be, next in the line is going to be for 1700. So we need to find 4 games, my friends. 4 games for the 16 to 1700. All right, so now we switch it up. We go, there's poor Mitch there, buddy. Poor Mitch. And we're going to go games. We're going to go 16, 1700. Oh, I blew it. Blew it with my coffee. And we go search. And here we go, my friends. I have a feeling we'll have some really good annotations here. And I'm going to have to probably Jadoob my screen as well. And then Kostya has an announcement in the Discord. We got the group trainings. Actually, let me give a plug for this. So this is amazing. The dojo is just really growing. We've tried to do different kinds of group trainings before, like we had like cohort leaders, and it didn't quite work out. But here we're going to have like a plus working with some people below them. And we got Falk, long timer. He's going to be in European time zone. Also in European time zone is this guy Pifflesticks. Really interesting because that dude is going for it. Quit his job for a year. You can check out his YouTube channel, Pifflesticks. Matt Johnson, M Page, Cool Master X, and who's this? And Discord, I get so frustrated. Sometimes Discord doesn't show you a person's full name, just shows you like D ... Why would you do that to me, dude? Then also an announcement. Kostya and David are in Barcelona playing this festival, and maybe we will be able to look at some of their games later. Let's see what it shows. He just made this announcement, so I have a feeling this is last year's games. Right. But maybe later we'll be able to watch some of that as it happens. Here's an interesting announcement. They're in Barcelona, and we had a special guest, dude. Controversial guest. I don't know if you guys have been following the chess drama, but Kramnik has just been railing against chess.com in kind of a rambling way. And he was like, he issued this challenge. He's like, none of the chess media is willing to talk to me. They don't want to know the truth. And so Chess Dojo was like, all right, boss, we'll do you, buddy. We'll do you. Come on the show. So we had him on the show yesterday. We didn't do it live. Anyways, Kostya's like in Barcelona. His internet's all messed up and stuff. So we start the show, dude, and Kostya's internet pops out. So it's just me and Kramnik for an hour plus, dude. And, I'm trying to get in some words edgewise. It'll come out, in the next day or so. But, yeah, dude, he's rambling on about ChessCom and the conspiracies. So you guys can listen in on that, dude. Yeah. Okay. That'll be fun. One thing I think is, I don't know if this is actually true, but I don't know if you guys have noticed, like other podcasts, it's like they reach some kind of point where they start getting like big time guests, right? So like people then let's say they're promoting a book or something. I'm not talking about chess. I'm talking about just any kind of podcast, right? And then they're promoting a book, and then they, will come on your show. Like my friend James Altucher has a show, James Altucher podcast, and he's getting loads of interesting people, dude. And they're coming on because they or their agent somehow knew about this, and they were like, this is a way for you to promote your platform or your book. And so it gets these amazing people. And then now we've had Hikaru and Kramnik come on, and if I want to flatter myself or the podcast, I could say it's because our podcast is now so big, which I don't know. We do have 100 episodes and stuff. One other thing I'll say, though, about both the Kramnik and the Hikaru interview is neither of them were my favorite podcast by far, in that it was really dudes going off on their own soapbox. They had their own things to say, and it was fine, but it wasn't really a conversation, Yeah, especially with the Kramnik case, it was like, dude wanted to say something. He wanted to say something. Yeah, Falk, that's coming out this week. Recorded it yesterday. Okay, my friends, here it is. We're looking for 4 really good annotated games, 16, 1700. If you know of any, tell me. This is an interesting one right here because Chris Bunch was one of the people who did a really good annotation before. And it's my aspiration for the book to be really cool to have 2 annotations side by side of one player annotating the white side and the other annotating the black. So, for example, maybe Shattered Nirvana here and his opponent might do it. All right, let's start with Adam Greener. These are good annotations, dude. Okay, here we go. Okay. A little bit weird to play. Might as well play f4 without bishop e2. Okay. Yeah. And I would want to know, like, try to just, for him to say, why is DE controversial? It's clearly not a good move to my mind because now the knight will get to c6. The whole point of pushing d5 is to dominate the knight. I think bishop e6 is playable, for sure. And now knight h5, which is a little bit funky. Right. Here also would be great to know how long black thought on this decision. And right, b6 followed by bishop v7. I like black's position a lot. We will eventually achieve knight d4. And part of white's bummer is on b6. It's like, well, what do you want to do to me, buddy? Because you don't want to play e5. I'm going to play bishop b7. Bishop b7. I'm controlling the square. I'm doing great, you know. Okay, so knight h5. Knight d4. And so the problem, of course, for black is that the knight on h5 is now not great. Okay, good. Good notes. Knight f6, the move I didn't see during the game. Yeah, and he talks about bishop f3, e5. Good, 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 good. So, one problem with the annotation is if this is a good position for white, was knight h5 actually a genius move? For example, what about bishop e3? It's hard for me to judge. The whole claim for white has to rest on the knight on h5 being out of play. Big decision here for black. Do I play e5? If e5, then I got to deal with knight d5. If knight e2, with the claim of the bishop, the rook on to d1 is coming pretty quickly. So what I would have wanted from the annotation is what's going to happen. What's the eval? Was knight h5 actually then a good move? Because I think you're right that if you get this position and knight b5, knight f6 is good for you, then it's true. You're doing great. So. These are good annotations though, man. My opponent, a member of the club, thought that this was a mistake. Right. And instead, e5. e5 has its own controversies. e5, f5. Does it end there? That would be my first question. What about f5? Followed by g4 and at some point knight d5. Okay, I'm going to skip this one, but I really like it. I really do like it. Okay, so. What's an MH breakdown? I would think midlife breakdown. Is that what you mean? Okay. Honestly, Pepper Chess, this is what my take on it with Kramnik is that, you know, I think everybody who's played online chess has been at some point just gone on tilt in their mind about the cheaters, right? You just start obsessing over it, and I've seen it in my students too, and then they just lose their mind. It's the only thing they can think about. But these people don't have some kind of platform, right? They're just some person out there, and they can scream to their friends or maybe somebody on Twitter, but no one's, they're like, sorry, buddy, sorry someone cheated against you, Whereas Kramnik has a bigger platform, obviously, and he doesn't understand social media. And so he makes a first, tweet, and then people kind of attack him because he doesn't really know what he's talking about. And what is he doing? He's raging like everybody else would rage at the cheaters. And then he just starts going deeper and deeper, and then he starts creating mathematical analyses. And then he doesn't understand why people don't understand why he's a genius for doing his mathematical analyses. And I told him, I was like, dude, as a fan, I just want you to let it go. I want you to let it go, boss. I understand you're upset, boss, but it's got to let it go. Okay, this is good, Adam Greener. I'm going to look at another one of your annotations as well. Exactly, in Tesla. People are just losing their mind. Dude, I'm telling you, this is why this guy, Ricardo, he does some good analyses, man. And he finished on second place, man. Let's go look at Ricardo. I'm gonna look at Mr. Green too. There's his FIDE's dying. There it is, 1593. Okay, so follow. All right, here we go. Okay. Now, one of the things about this line that maybe I'd want him to say is that as long as white plays a developing move in this position, it's going to be an interesting game, right? Because, then what black just needs to understand is black will be down in time, but black will be the one to decide when to light up the position with c5. You will eventually have to do it, but you're in no rush to do it, right? So knight f3, knight c3, bishop b3, c4, they're all moves for white, And I talk about h4 in the aggressive repertoire for white. Knight f3, I believe, was the original one that Short was playing way back in the day. He just played knight f3, bishop e2, castles, and then, it was a hassle for black to develop their stuff. Yeah, I'd want him to talk about bishop b4 because bishop b4 doesn't look right. We do not want to we cannot give up that bishop. Oh yeah, that's a mistake. I want him to say that black gave up his good bishop. Knight takes g6 is pretty good, dude. You could also consider fg here. Although it looks ridiculous, castles would come next, and you would have the f file. I think if knight g6 is a problem, honestly, it's because of that. And we would want you to talk about which moves are better for white. And, for example, bishop a3 looks like a hell of a drug, right? That sounds like, hello. Hello, baby. Yeah. Okay. My friends, I gotta take a quick break, and I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. So, let's go back, and let's look again at Mr. Adam Greener. I want to click on Adam Greener, follow, 29 years old, trying to improve the game. $16.99. Dude is going to graduate very soon. It doesn't have an OTB. Doing some good work. Just see. Darn it, Kraai. Yeah, doing some work. Okay, beautiful. Oh, looks like he's got English Chess Federation. Might not realize that Dojo accommodates the English Chess Federation. Oh, fancy. Right, and so the problem with this move is less the queen trade, but the fact that you're giving up the unopposed bishop. And do I even think that black should trade queens? I'm not 100%. For example, we could easily talk about this variation, bishop g7, or the direct d5, and we castle and we're fine. You know, black would rather be black. In any case, I think you just didn't like the fact of this trade. This has got to be criticized, or at least thought about, because he just helped you develop a piece. Very nice. Actually, great note. Great note. Here we have to talk about other things besides g5. By the way, I still think black is doing fine. Black's problem, if anything, is how does the knight on b8 get into the game? Like, one bummer here is if I ever go knight d7, oh, you'll just play bishop b7 actually knight b4. But yeah, black has a problem. It's this bad boy. Does rook e8 do anything? Maybe then, more to the point, is bishop e6 followed by knight d7. And if you ever tag me, I play here, and I don't really worry too much about this bad business. Okay, so h5. We could talk about bishop g4 and other moves too. Why are we playing f4 though, boss? Why are we doing it? I don't understand. Why would you? He's afraid of white playing h6, but why? Okay, so good annotation. There's a lot of open questions though, right? And so I'm just looking for annotations that are like addressing the questions. Okay, so then we have Sicilian Khan. Oh, again, English player. Okay, so here we go. Okay, take. So, there's nothing wrong with d3, and this is a whole approach. And this is a good example of chicken scratch, by the way. A little chicken scratch. Right. No evaluations. We're just kind of trailing off into madness. This whole thing you're doing is kind of a well-known approach to the position where you're putting the pawns on light squares for your unopposed, your good dark square bishop. And it's definitely highfalutin, but then e5 makes no sense now. So if you're going to play h3, d3, you need to be like castles, rook e1, knight d2, knight c3, just sitting. And right, I think too, probably an example where you had seen some GMs play this way. This is very typical of the Rosalemos against the Rosalemo setups. And so you didn't understand, and now you play e5. That just helps black open the position for his bishops, and that's the main problem, or the main idea with this setup, is to put the pawns to blockade these pawns. Those pawns trap the bishop on c8, and then e5 sets him free. Okay, not a bad annotation. Here's Ricardo again. Let's see this one. It would be really cool. Let's click on Shattered Nirvana for a second. Nice. He's getting up there. I don't know if his name is Chris Bunch or, well, he'll probably figure it out. Okay, so Chris Bunch is Shattered Nirvana. Okay, good. Okay. Funny, my prep says that we should typically meet knight f3 with knight f6. I think that's some like Shanklin thing. Knight f6. Okay, but I don't understand. Okay, so if we're going to play queen b6, it's important to know what the ideas are. And right, white has played c3 too early, by the way. You should definitely play knight f3 first. Actually, let's just reiterate, we had that great positional or, opening tactic here, knight c3 exclam. Unfortunately, I can't make an exclam. Anyway, exclam. So that's the correct move. So we gotta say something about bishop c3 being like the pedantic bad move. And then we're saying queen b6, I think it's a pain. Yeah, that move's a pain. Because queen b3, this is the idea you would need to understand, is that white cannot prevent b5, b4. If white could play knight d2, a3, rook c1, then we would call the position maybe close to equal. But now that b5, b4, it can't be stopped. So it's too powerful. That's why queen b6 is a hell of a drug. And knight bd2, well, there's real questions about you taking on b2 right now, son. Real questions. Yeah. Okay, so let's continue. Bishop d3. Okay, bishop e7 is also a move. H5 certainly looks reasonable. He's talking about rook c8, cd4, queen c7. Let's just look through this. So knight h5, rook e1, and do takes. Okay. And now c4, and he gives a big analysis here. It feels like he's unhappy with his position here, but it should be fine. Yeah, we should be fine. Okay, so a couple tactical problems. If queen f6 or queen b6, knight d7 happens, I don't like c4 at all. I don't understand why black isn't fine after, say, cd, cd, rook c8. I'd rather be black here. My bishop is amazing, right? Yeah. Okay. But still, good notes. Yeah. That seems like a mistake. People are definitely missing stuff. Like knight df3, there's just f6 mouse. And white's gone downhill. So the move here for white needs to be g3, right? And this interesting position. Personally, I like white here because I don't know really how black's going to progress. But it's still very hot. And maybe b5, and then now white has questions about how they actually persecute the black position, right? And now, for example, either h4 or knight here. And now we have to start making judgment calls, right? But the general intention is to gain space over here while black is doing his funky business on the queen side. It's not immediately clear how it's going to crush us over there. Okay, sorry, Pepper Chess. I'm going to post the link, buddy. Oh. Uh-oh. Discord app detected. Do you want to do this? Okay, geez. Discord app launched. That didn't work out too good. You can, oh man. Man, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So, question. Pepper, what did you want to do with the link? Oh, you want to do the game so right, in Discord we have the game annotation process thing. Okay, cool. So this is a good annotation. Shattered Nirvana continues to do good work. Let's go back. Let's look at quiet chess. Right. So a typical problem here for white players, and I think this is a good annotation, in the sense that white needs to understand that the pawns, this little pawn huddle that black has, will mean that we're not going to just be able to mate you with bishop c2 and queen d3. One problem with the annotation, though, is this says it's a small advantage, and now you say it's equal. Right? Now, a challenge that we've seen in other games of this line, by the way, this line is part of the Caro-Kann for black that I developed. And I would want him to talk about what else we could do here. So like, is bishop g4 wrong, for example? One move I like a lot here, and it would require balls of steel to play it, would be to play g5. And the intention is to play knight g6 and to say, I'm the one with the nuts, baby. Excuse me. I'm the one with the nuts, baby. Yeah. That's some manly chess right there, though. You can't be playing that without being cojones of steel. You'd also have to understand that, like, oh, right, this is my side of the board. I get to do things here, my friend. Yeah. Let's click on quiet chess real quick. Follow. Doing good work. Doing great work, man. Look at that. Beautiful. Ratings. Oh, it's a nice little jump there. I graduated one time. Beautiful. Yeah, Patamuna. Let's go, buddy. So, let's continue this. And then if you don't like it, you should say what you think white should do. I think the obvious move, for example, would be putting the bishop here and then putting a rook on e1. I don't really know why. You want to play bishop b8. I don't know. You needed a plan here, son. Okay, good annotations. I'm going to keep going. All right. Wait a sec. Did I miss somebody? Wait, we got Patamundo. Excuse me. Patamundo's in the chat too, Bows. Let's pick one of these. I thought you knew. Wow, so this is like huge theory. This is a fun line. Okay. Okay. Up until this point, the game was identical to my last Dojo Classical. They did some prep. It's actually, I would say, the Dojo Classical, man, people will prep for you. They will prep for you, Mouse. Bishop d3. The interesting idea I analyzed in my last game that reached this position. Okay. Okay, here we go. Check to the miserable queen. Useful inclusion. Knight takes c3. And definitely queen c3 is the human move. Wow, dude. Okay, this is fascinating. Result of my analysis of the position after my last game. The bishop will always have to go to h6, and the king will almost certainly go to e7. So those moves can be played first. Rook c8 later. Black's focus should be on making the bishop shine as much as possible. Wow, dude, that's a good sentence, dude. That's a great sentence. I like this a lot because it's something you worked on, it's conceptual, and you understand it. Also, it's interesting, like, do I believe in it? I don't know. Okay, so now the big analysis. So you look at C4, I think that's critical. So let's see how it goes. Check to the miserable. A5. And dude has problems. Good. Good. Now, it is in white's interest, kind of interest, to open the game. I say kind of because your bishops also can be very angry. If we just imagine for a second, though, A4, snop, rook D6. Well, at the minimum, you're doing okay with bishop B3 and rook B3 and rook F3. Okay. Now, do I believe in H4? I kind of don't, because I don't know where you're going yet, right? Now, I do think that in terms of thinking about what's happening, C4 is the active move, is the one that white should consider first. H4 maybe it can't be terrible, but I have questions. So if C4 doesn't work, the next thing I would want to think about for white is rook G1, king E7. And now I want to put my rook somewhere. I'm thinking this square. And the intention is to play here and here, claiming that if I can trade off the rook, that I'm glorious. No, it's very interesting. I would just, if just in terms of annotation, that would be the next plan to think about, I think. E5, boss. Right? We gotta talk about E5. Why are we playing E5? You're giving the bishop all kinds of squares. Also, like, what is going to happen on rook c8 here? I think we could ask that question earlier, too. Well, what is dude supposed to do after rook c8? I don't know, buddy. I don't know. I think he has to give it to you. Like king b2, we're going to play bishop g7. It's going to hurt even more. Wow, okay. Maybe even, is that an exclam with the idea that here we're going to go over down here? The party's just starting here, though, right? We got bishop c. Oh, a lot of questions. We got a lot of questions, my friend. Okay. I don't understand e5. Now the bishop's strong. Before it was always getting whacked with d5. And now dude plays rook hg1. Also, after e5, maybe we can play king b2. Yeah, after king b2, I don't know what our idea is. So here we go. Rook c4. And you want to do rook h4. Right, you do not want to trade off the rooks. Now this goes down. Good check. Yeah, I like it. Good. Good. And then here you calculated bishop d5. Okay. Nice. Now, realistically, I would not have tried to figure this out in the game from all the way from bishop takes d5 and would have relied on a best guess kind of evaluation. Wow, he does some good analysis here, dude. Okay. And he talks about king b3, king g5. Oh, it's hot. It's definitely hot. Okay. So king b3, king g5. And now c4 certainly makes some sense. Playing around with it, I thought black was winning and table base agrees. Okay, and then king b4, king h5. Beautiful variation. Okay, this is pretty good, man. Bishop d5 takes, rook takes, rook f4. Now let me just say something. It's interesting. Somebody, or why is Ben talking, said good annotation. I'm moving on from the last one. It's because I know that there are more annotations, especially at this level, the 16, 1700, that are this kind of depth. Like, this is how you get strong, my friends. This is how you get strong. Bishop d5, by the way, I feel is definitely the move white should be thinking about. And here, in addition to king f8, there is also king e6 intending d5, e4, which is also a hell of a drug. I don't know the eval there either. Once we get that pawn to e4, right, it's the game on. And the rook is a chump over there on h7. Wow, this is good, man. This is a very interesting position. So, bishop e6, a3. Okay, it's making some sense to me. a5. I like the note to bishop g5. h6. Liquidation happens. It would be good to have a variation on king c2. We know why he didn't do it. He was afraid of bishop b3 and might have missed that bishop b3, you have, white has king c3. Also, Also d5, bishop d5, king f5, king c3. So I think the key move here is rook b5. This way we threaten bishop b3 and d5. And if this bishop is tender because this little thingy here is going to be a problem. Ah, it's a fun position. That two bishops, boss. Two bishops, hell of a drug. Check to the miserable king. Makes a lot of sense. We could have also talked about rook b5 here. Excuse me, rook b5 here, right? So that we have that we achieve d5 ourselves and we prevent any kind of bishop d5. It's white has to be very clever here. Yeah, bishop d5 I think is probably necessary. We unfortunately don't have bishop f5 then. And this is the variation dude gives. Rook f2. I'm thinking you should play king e6. Dude, his rook is so hosed. Look at this. Normally we would want to trade rooks for white. But do you really, Bows? Do you really want to do it, buddy? Where's your rook going, Bows? Where's your rook going, Bows? Oh, you're going to g7? Welcome to the dojo. Oh, man. This is how we learn to play some endgames, my friend. Yes, sir. Okay. Of course, king e6, in general, we don't want to trade. So then we would consider this, but then we do indeed have this problem. But we can fix said problem by doing this. We go, we go check to the miserable king. And so if you go here, this will not happen because of rook b2. If you go here, we're going to come with check. And it's going to be check to the miserable king. And then we can move our bishop and talk to our pawn. Whew! Dude is afraid of the h-pawn, and he should be, right? But we really want to be looking at d5 every move. Good, I like this thing. It would be nice to know what our time pressure was like here. And now king d6. Oh, this is great, man. You're right, now he says he's on increment. Amazing too, there's very high level and it's online. Now rook h2. What about, okay, you're saying rook h2 setting up the threat of bishop g5. Got to look at that one, right? So if we imagine that, I don't know, he's in trouble. Well, I don't know if he's in trouble, but it's scary beyond all get out. Because he might just, get mated here. We're going to be talking about mate pretty soon here, my friends. Yeah, it's not going to be pleasant for a peasant. Okay, so that would be a good variation to analyze. King c5 would have been interesting. Dude, this is great, man. Good. Now, yeah, right. Now you have zero fear. Now, one of the weird things is when you take that bad boy, you do liberate his rook, which he had entombed for you. And now we're in time pressure, right? Right. And so one of the things here to really bear in mind as a principle is if you're down the exchange, you don't want to trade off your rooks because white's rooks are duplicating their function and your bishops are doing different things. So it's this diversity principle that's very powerful. Okay. You're the only one winning chances, right? Let's roll. I would definitely want to talk about bishop d5 here. Yeah, bishop d5 bows. Maybe rook f1 exclam. Like king e6. Bam. That looks dangerous. That looks dangerous for Mr. White. Now, I do know that what could happen here is that we get a very interesting theoretical ending where we have the two pawns and the minor against the rook. And I've had this position as black with the knight, and I know that's technically drawn, but that I won it anyway against like a 2,400 feet or something like that. And I didn't even know the theory at the time. I was just playing moves, right? In any case, this one I think is going to be similar. White should draw this, but it's pain. Okay. I'm not sure I understand king e7. Why do we play d3? Well, I guess we're saying here it's going to be a draw no matter what because rook takes f4 is always on the table. Okay. That was great, dude. Okay. Yeah, this is great. So we're going to feature this game. And then later I'm going to probably add it to the cohort games. All right. What's happening now, my friends? I get to have a cup of coffee. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is we're going to say so. Okay, first, concentrate. Where is my business? Oh, didn't I post here earlier? I thought this is general and this is where I posted. Buddy. Oh, man, you didn't post. Anyways, we'll give Patamundo a shout out here. Great annotation by Patamundo. Isn't it Patamundo? Yeah, Patamundo. And we'll go click, and then we'll go over here. And then we'll save the link. Pop. So, let's keep going. Three by Patamundo. I just picked the good one. But the other ones are probably pretty good too. All right, let's keep going. I want to get people I haven't done before. Bone picker. Okay. Okay, coach is saying some stuff. Right. Right. Now what? So, yeah, big decision now for black. And I'm glad bishop b6. Maybe that's what the coach told him to do. But what black needs to understand is that you play e takes d4, you lose your e5 strong point. If you play e4, your bishop on a5 never lives again, right? That needs to be said, I guess, out loud. And if we take knight takes d4, seems, of course, reasonable. Okay, so now we're a little bit worse. Yeah, knight f3 isn't it, right? And also, this is a little bit weird of an annotation because there's no reason to play g3 here, right? And there's other moves too. You could play bishop f4 here, would be a totally reasonable move. Just bring out your stuff, play queen d2, say you got more space. Rook e8. Again, bishop b6, right? So when he's saying the coach is talking about the pawn structure being ruined, what white probably thinks is that at some point bishop b6 is going to come, and then white thinks pawns are people and will take. And right, it's not clear that that's such a big deal, right? And one of the things about bishop b6 is I think you can wait on it too, right? But you just need to be comfortable in this position. Just realize like you're doing fine. Personally, I don't know why we wouldn't wait with a move like you did, and then we'll play bishop b6 on our sweet moment. He might play b4 too. I don't know what the hashtag means. Maybe that means it's like a diagram or something. Queen d7 looks logical. Oh, right, now he drops the d pawn. Big deal. Yeah, I like queen b3. You could probably play queen c6 like your coach says too. b4, right. So snip, snop, snook. Now, you might have tactically prevented it, right? But dude's going to play like h3 or something and win the pawn on the next turn. b4, c5. Wow. That's a fancy move. With the point that b, a, c, d, I can't do rook takes d4. Now, you'd think, though, in this position that white should be, or black should be okay. It's still, still hectic. But I think he should be okay because we're eventually going to pound b7. Okay. Do something like c5. And you're absolutely right. White is getting really frisky, allowing rook e2, and you just needed to kill this bishop, whether it's c5 or bishop b6. I think bishop b6 is the one that makes me feel the best, gives me the warm feeling inside. Because on c5, right, you have to analyze bishop f6. Bummer, bummer, bummer. Now, this annotation, it's like, it feels like you're giving up or something in terms of the annotation. I think might technically be lost, but this party isn't over, my friend. Queen b3. So let me tell you guys something. Here's a very fascinating thing. Now, maybe one thing that sometimes happens in lessons is, you just run out of time, and he's kind of been using his coach as his muse here. But let me stress that a key problem that we've seen in the dojo has been, with the annotations, has been people stopping when we get to the ending, right? And so there's a lot of questions. For example, on bishop b6, does the king really want to go to the center? I don't know. The next thing I want to talk about is, what about queen b3? And then what is the evaluation of this position, right? The bishop's very strong. We might even want to say something like black is doing fine. I think queen b3 is even nicer. I can play bishop b6 whenever, And white has real questions about how this is going to work out. There's a real, let's call it a technical position. And in particular, does white want to open his kimono with a move like h4? I don't know. Those dark squares look pretty raw over there, Okay, so I'm going to skip this one. That was a good annotation, though, especially the first 22 moves. Falcast, will I go over the next cohort today too? Maybe. There's a lot going on today, but I definitely, at the minimum, will get to it tomorrow. Okay. So let's look at Gerard. A little bit weird. So this is his prep. Okay. So that makes it easy, true. I would consider this more developed than exposed. Good. Hits the queen, but makes no sense. Good. That's an obvious question. That's an obvious question. That's an obvious question. Okay. Pop. Knight c8. Very nice. Mm-hmm. Good. Bishop e6. Right. Pop. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would definitely want to talk about bishop d3 here. But your move makes sense. Okay. Yeah. He could play rook d2, rook e2, and then rook d5. Definitely a mistake. We're running. Dude is running. Well, this is all pretty well done. C3 would have been my question there. Okay, now here you needed to tell me what you needed to do and then the analysis after that, right? I'm assuming you wanted h4 instead, and then we would want a whole analysis chain. Like h4, knight a6, bishop g8, right? Okay, king d2, bishop g8, h6, bishop h7, g5, bishop f5. That's good analysis. Very controversial to allow king c4. Oh yeah, we need to talk about these moves g4 and h5, son. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is starting to scare me. f4, and now dude plays g5, and do you mention king b3? King b3, and now you're hosed. Because, right, king d3, g5. Okay, you guys, so the thing that happened here is these moves needed to be discussed, right, over here, because you're not lost here. But very soon here, and you are sure that it's better, because now I think you're in deep trouble. You're in deep trouble. It's because now you have to find, if there's nothing else in c3, it's all gone downhill. The milk's gone bad. Yeah. Now let's check. Let's check something. So, what does this draw? The intention is here, 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 here. And then maybe he can hose you like this. King d5, And now if king d3, we play c4 and then go hack it, which we should be lost there. Okay, so these are some of the variations to consider. So in the game, this goes down, and it should be winning. Good move. Good move. And c4 is the cleanest. Good. And now it's lost. That was a good analysis. There was definitely some stuff that was missing. But this is what we're getting. This is why it's gonna be really hard to judge these cohort games. So I'm gonna mark this. I'm gonna feature this game. All right. Now let me look. Is this the game? No, this is the same Peter Livesey that we looked at earlier. Yeah, we looked at this game before. Okay. And then here's another one from Quiet Chess. Let's give Quiet Chess another try here. Right, Queen d7 seems wrong. Analyzing your game works. That's right. Knight of 3, e6, knight e5. Now he's in some pain. Bishop b5, a6, bishop a4. That's a highfalutin move. Okay, that's obviously the maximalist move, where you're claiming that b5, knight b5 is winning, and you want queen b6. I have questions. I have questions. So, first of all, doesn't black now... Well, knight d7 seems like to me the thing that the dude needs to think about. He plays bishop e7, and now queen b6 happens. Now, one hilarious variation here is you could have played queen b7, right? Here, and gotten this position. I think you probably missed that. Now, queen b6, bishop d8. We would want to talk about other moves besides bishop d8 because the bishop doesn't belong on d8, and then with bishop c6, we're still trading everything off. Right? So I think we want to criticize bishop e7, and we need to criticize bishop d8. And we should put an eval here. Right? Okay, not a bad annotation. The pro guy. Okay, so $65.10. Now at this level, in this cohort, I'm a little prejudiced against games that are that fast. Just because, you know, we want to have games where we really had time to think while we were playing the game. All right, multiple lines here for black. However, the interesting thing is that white doesn't really understand the opening. The idea of knight c3 is to double the pawns for open lines and play a quick bishop e3, queen d2 castles. Right. And so, right, you basically don't have any grief. Okay. good annotations here. Now, I would never say the position is drawn. It might be equal, not drawn. Good. Okay. It gives you just what you want. Exactly. You're absolutely right. Hold on, guys. Okay, I am back. Now, I think you're absolutely right. Queen h5 is superficial. Yeah. Might as well do something else with the queen, buddy. Okay. These are great notes, dude. Dude, these are fantastic notes. Your bishops are beautiful. Thank you very much. F5. And this is typical when a chump doesn't know what to do and they just start throwing stuff at you. Queen h4, definitely the move we want to do. And now queen d2. Okay, so now big moment for us. And you're saying rook a e8 is a mistake. Right, we're going to call this El Criticalo Momento. I have my own reasons for wanting to play rook f e8. This gets really hairy, huh? Yeah, so there's couple reasons for rook e8. They all have to do with my rook on f8 being a victim. Now, I didn't actually see this thing in the game with bishop g5, bishop e7, but I also didn't want f6, this thing, to come with tempo. So, for example, bishop g5, queen g3, if f6, I want to have h6 as an option, which I think I would if I had played rook f e8, right? So like rook f e8, bishop g5, queen g3, and now if f6, I can play h6. Negative, boss. He has bishop f4. So if I'm going to do it this way, no, I don't know if I want that, buddy, because now bishop e2 maybe takes on g6 first. I didn't want that. It's a difficult position, actually, man. Very difficult position. Because the problem is for me, first of all, I want to believe in black here. And here, dude has a draw with bishop f4. Right? Oh. Oh. He didn't deserve any of this, though, man. Bishop c6. I think bishop c6 is fully correct ideologically. However, can I just try this for a second? Now with queen d2, I was thinking maybe bishop h6. It's not so special. It might be a little special. It's controversial at the very least. Okay. So, poop. Poop. Maybe we wanted to talk about queen h4. And now queen g3, I don't think forces a trade of queens because dude plays bishop f4. It's true, though, that after queen f2, the dude should be fine. So this is an interesting example where I think both of us thought that black should be better, and then all of a sudden it wasn't so easy. And so it's kind of like why I want to go back and be like, wait a second. You were right with that bishop, man. It looks great. It should be great. Queen h4, queen d2. Let's put our bishop there, buddy. Bishop f2, I think it stops here. But let's say I just go back. Shouldn't I be doing good here? He's going to play queen h6, followed by bishop h4. Though, you know, here I can play g5. That's very, very fascinating position. Okay, so this is a mistake because we're missing this tactic. And argue maybe White's tricking himself. White might be tricking himself. By the way, so White had bishop f4 if they wanted equality, which maybe they should have thought about. We might also want to talk about ye old f6. Because h6, bishop f4. So doesn't this seem like a hassle in the castle? That's what it seems like to me, man. All right, bishop e7. This is at least fun. Now we get the variation. Bishop f8, queen h2, king f1. Check to the miserable king. King e2. Check to the miserable king. Yeah, that's not so fun anymore, my son. Not so fun, my son. Well, okay. So, bishop e5, rook e5, de5, bishop f8, rook f8. Now, here's the deal, though. Here's the deal, you guys. Black's doing fine. Black's doing fine. So wait a second. This is all wrong, though, with the annotation. Bishop e7 might have scared you or something, but it's not a good move. It's not a good move. Dude had f6 here. Dude had bishop f4 equals. Right? Okay. One thing about king f8 is there's this interesting variation, but I think we're still, we're not done yet, actually. So g5 hangs the h-pawn, but f3, gf, rook e6 looks like an advantage for black. Maybe not that special, but definitely an advantage for black. Okay, rook f8. Rook e1. So I think king f8 was maybe better because you're keeping your rook active with the queen f4 possibility. And I think f6 is a real question, yeah. e1, king g7, good move. Snip, snap. is hard to evaluate, but I'll give my thoughts. Material's equal, but the position is not quite. Due to the nature of the pawns here, white has double pawns on the queen side, who helped in the middle game to the open lines they provided. Now our weakness. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, this is a great annotation, man. Whew. Hi, Sazonke. Hi, Dojo. King f6. Let's call that the most aggressive move. Now, am I a lame-o for believing in f6? Yeah, I think you are a lame-o for believing in f6. Okay, g4 is controversial because it's putting more pawns on the wrong color, and king g5 might later be a thing. If white wants to draw this thing, or just be combative about it, then the variation I would want to consider is like this, with the thought that we are going to make black worry over the passed h-pawn. Another move maybe is g4, and maybe this would transpose to the game. And the intention of g4, though, is to say king g3 and h4, so similar to the h4 move itself. Okay, so here we go, g4, and now rook e8. To me, rook d8 is the big question. Yeah, rook d8. Dude takes. HG. And now bishop e4. Okay, so this is the thing from an endgame analysis standpoint. Do we have something more dynamic than rook e8? So, okay, I wanted to do this. Why? Mostly I want to make bishop e4 not a thing, and I want to make white worry over e4. Yeah, so I like rook d8. One nice variation, I think, is king e3, and then we play king g5, going for the activity. King g3 is an interesting question. And then we could imagine e4, bishop takes, rook e8, king here, and I don't think we smash him. For example, g5, king f3, and I think he entangles himself. So that unfortunately doesn't work. Lots to think about here. So rook e8. How do we feel about this position? Oh, I like your king g5, dude. King e6 is, of course, interesting, but king g5 is the move we want to do. Yeah. b6. He's making some chump moves. And now we get an f5, boss. Come on now. Come on, we got to play f5. Wait, let me just look at this for a second. So rook e7 certainly is intuitive. But, let me make a but. You're concerned about b4 here, right? But let's take a second and imagine b4, f5, takes, rook takes, and now king f4. So the idea is that maybe rook c6 could be a hassle in the castle for us. But the idea is that if I achieve the connected passers, that I am winning. This is a good move, I think, to see for white. Maybe we just continue in jerk face mode, though. We're just like, Baus, I've achieved it all. I have achieved it all. I'm going to play e4 next move. You know, you taste these nuts. Whose nuts? These nuts. Yeah, interesting position. Okay, rook e7. Okay, e4. So, f5, check, king f6. Now, the problem that I saw in this position was rook c6 check. Right? Yeah, I don't feel great about this one. Whew. Rook c6, g5, and then he takes rook c7 with check. Okay. So this is why rook e7 maybe not it. e4, rook d4. Well, boss, we got to talk about h4. There's only one move to talk about here. Right? You got to go here or something. And now king f2. These are the moves that we got to talk about. Okay. Why aren't we talking about connecting the bad boys with f5? So one thing that white doesn't understand is he's going to make his rook passive, and his king is the one that needs to be in front of the pawn. Right. Now, one thing I want you to see is that despite like what it feels maybe like it's all calculation, the thing to understand is to think of the pawns, the connected passers, as a juggernaut where the king needs to support them and the white king needs to get in the blockade. And here suddenly, right, he's able to do some stuff to us. Okay. F7. Rook d8 is totally weird. What move do we need to talk about? We need to talk about rook e4, right? Because how are you going to avoid just him checking you to death? And if you go this way, we have real questions about a later h5 coming, h5, g6, and then our pawns falling and all that stuff. Okay, so this doesn't make any sense. I'm not sure I understand. Wow, that's a good variation of rook h7. Let's look at your variation again. Rook h7, king, king. That's a good variation, Bose. That's a good variation, dude. Nice. Yeah, welcome to the dojo, buddy. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful variation. I wonder if we're quite done. I think maybe we would continue rook c6, rook h4, g6. And then check to the miserable king. Yeah, no, that's a big check to the miserable king. Okay, so then this happened to you. Low on time. This happens. e2. Very clever. And then we offer a draw. Well, well, okay. Whew, that was a good game, man. Okay, so I had some, questions on the annotations and yada yada, but I'm going to feature that game. That could well go into the cohort games. I especially appreciate the effort throughout all phases of this game, man. Yeah, that was good, man. Tell me what happened to Hikaru, dude. I think all I knew is he was a little bit melting. He was melting down over Kramnik melting down. That's all I saw. Okay. Let's review this live game. Maybe Kostya and David are playing. And I gotta take lunch pretty soon. Ooh, we do. Now my guess is they're not on near the top boards, but it depends how many boards there are. So help me if you see a Kostya Coast, and this poor Dominguez is playing some chump. But yeah, it's like Dominguez, if he wins this game, it's like 0.5, dude. He gets 0.5. It looks like it hasn't started though, huh? Well, get out of here. Okay, first before I get out of there, I'm just going to look to see if. Tell me if you see Kostya Coast or Mr. Pruess. I'm not seeing any American. Oh, there's Kavutskiy. There he's playing. All right. And then let's go see if we see. There's hardly any Americans here. I don't know that person. Just looking for the American flag, hoping to see David. Okay, so first of all, I don't think these games have started. Bows. Where's that Kostya Coast? Oh, there he is. There's David Pruess. So I think the game, someone said 10:30. I could conceivably stream both of these games and then just go eat lunch, Yeah. I hear you, Abdul. Okay. So, that was a good game. Let's look at one more and then I'm going to go eat lunch and hopefully I'll stream the games from David. Chess Padawan. Bang. That isn't it, right? Not a bad annotation, but that isn't it. I'm going to look at some people I haven't seen yet. This is Taylor. Oh, there you go, Taylor. You're not messing around here. I think the pro guy is actually white, so let's flip it. Good move. Maximalist approach. H6 would be weird. These are all good notes. Oh, some deep notes too. Knight c3. castles. Knight d5, king h1. The actual idea is to bring the queen to h6. Oh my God, but then on queen d2, there's knight e4. Now, I'm not a little bit confused. It kind of seems like maybe if this was the new move for him, then maybe he's playing black. And he says bishop e6 should be the automatic response. Okay. Bishop b6, the other thing is like, wow. Yeah, you're really just, I guess, because you want to move the queen. Okay. And then that's his dirty idea. And now we're claiming that white is better. Bishop d5. My opponent after the game said that he rejected this because of here. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Wow, good annotations, Bows. All right. All right. And now he's saying he's fine. I think you're right. Now you are fine. Oh, that's fun. Okay. He comes here. No. And then he goes loco here with g4. This guy's now a beast. Great notes, dude. Rook g8, and then he misses this, 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 this. Okay. I want someone to say something about the opposite color bishops here. So, rook f8. King h1 has the blessing of the machine. Well, and we got to talk about why, is that when he plays bishop e6, he's allowing your rook in. Once your rook gets in, it's a real problem. Right, we got to say something about the rooks. And he's talking about c6, but to me, rook f4, black has at least full compensation. Yeah, that might be a computer move, c6. Okay. Rook f4 is the human move, the reason that bishop e6 is wrong. Now it's harder for us to get in. But now, right, h3, because we don't want to take the d5 pawn unless we really get some juice. Okay, good. I like that. I'm not sure I get it. Ideally, if you're going to move the pawn, it should be to b4. Not sure I understand that. f3 is certainly natural. Oh, well, that was just a miss. So yeah, h3 first. DC was definitely more accurate. And right, you need to play CD pronto here to make your life easy. So white could have had this position if he had taken on c6 first. Dude, this is good notes, man. This is good notes. Uh-huh. Yeah. Right. And why does it? This might be in time pressure. That's certainly logical. And then both sides are missing this b4 idea. It is unnatural to me about king e7. Excuse me. A part that's not natural to me about king e7 is why are we allowing g5? So you prevented it, but especially now, why wouldn't I consider this move? And now if we imagine, I don't know, here, that's still a little tricky. Still a little tricky. Well, you should probably draw this, but it's a little tricky. So this happens. That's a nice, good move. White might have missed that. Probably a good move. Good. I'm definitely going to feature this game. Okay, do we have moves yet over here? I think what's going to happen is I think they actually just started, but there's going to be a lag. But I just had a great idea, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. We're going to do a monster stream today. And I'm not necessarily going to be commenting on those. I have things I have to do, but I'm going to be looking in on it. And so what I'll do is I'll capture both of these games. And if you guys can help me remember. So we're looking for Coast to Coast. And Mr. Pruess. It would be fun also to watch Dominguez, because Dominguez has to beat this chump. If he loses or draws to chump today, his chances of the rating thing are, I'm going to assume, done. And it's not always easy to beat the chumps, man. All right, here's Pruess. So, Jesse, what are you going to do here? We're going to go over here, and I'm going to hide. Oh, yeah, watch. This is very simple. We are going to make it like so, and like so, and like so. Ah, buddy, give me a break. And like, oh. And like so. Ah, please, be nice. Be nice. And like so. Now, I think I'm the one who can decide on the eval bar. At least I'd hope so. So there's one. Oh, I will simply make two like this. Let's see. Now, how? Oh, it's probably really complicated to change the. Ahí ustedes. Oh my God. It might not even let me not have the eval bar on. I don't know how to get rid of this. There was some way they made it very difficult to take away. Made it very difficult. I might try to, maybe someone has a way to tell me how that works. So that's David. And then I gotta do this. I gotta take this away and pop this out. Go over here. And now we're looking for Kostya. Is there a way to find that fool? Dude, they're for streaming all these games, dude. That means that they had to pay for DGT boards like crazy, man. All right, man. Kostya, where are you, buddy? There's Kavutskiy. All right, now let me just make sure we got this. Oh, that's all messed up, dude. How you blew it there. You had it, and then you blew it, buddy. Wait a second. I know. Well, how come it got messed up, man? All right. I like how depth is profundidad. Busquets. There was a player named Busquets in the Bay Area years ago. I played him when I was a kid. Okay, now, next one, Mr. Baus. Next one, now. Go window capture. Okay. And I say, yes, Kavutskiy. Okay. And I go zippity doo dah. I go zippity day. Again, if you can tell me how to get rid of the engine, that would be cool. Oh, shoot. What about me, boss? What about me? Almost. Almost perfect. All right, we'll leave it at... oh, wait, I know how to make a little jadoo. Watch, just move it and scooch it over there. And then we're going to move it and scooch it over here. Oh, and I know I can fix this. Watch. Voop. And voop. Oh, baby, look at that. Looky there, man. Looky there. All right, you guys, I'm going to go eat lunch. I will be in the background. I will probably just be munching. I'll turn off my mic, though, so there's not too many munching sounds. Okay? And I'm going to change the name of this stream. And we're going to call it David and Kostya Play Sitkus. All right, and their game should start, I think, like I said, I think they've technically already started, but there's probably a delay of 15 minutes or something like that. So it'll start soon. Oh, this is be enjoyable. And then I'm going to come back later to do 16, what was it? 17, 18. And I still have to finish the 16, 17. All right, here we go. All right, my friends, I don't know who's actually here, but this thing's all messed up, dude. You have to refresh the page or else it loses its mind. Anyways, looks like Dominguez is winning his game. It's just a wreck, dude. Oh, these things. When you refresh it, dude, it just destroys you. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to follow the games. Ooh, bummer, 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 bummer. First, let's look at this Dominguez game. Well, Bishop D1 certainly looks like a hell of a drug. Okay. And, oh, this thing doesn't work out. Kavutskiy. Oh, dude, he's playing aggressive repertoire, man. Unfortunately for him, he played D3 instead of the known knight C3. Right. To me, it looks equal. To me, it looks equal. I don't really understand the computer's situation here. He needs to study my course, dude. He needs to study my course, Bows. Then I gotta find this. I don't think this thing automatically updates. Like I gotta babysit it for it to do anything. All right, Mr. Pruess. Where are you, buddy? There's Kostya. And I don't know what's... Oh, my God. And I can't search for it, unfortunately. This might be the lower section, or I don't know what the hell this is. Where is Pruessikins? Don't stop, Pruessikins. Something's wrong there. Something's wrong there. Oh, so I don't know, my friends. Let's refresh this one. See, and then you refresh it, it automatically goes back to the Dominguez game. So that's never working to refresh it. And then it's very hard to find, dude. Pruess is on board 89. I didn't see him just not. See, 89. No lo puedo findo. See, 89's not there. And then I think what's happening is, look, stupid thing, dude. A stupid thing, man. All right, so there we go. So as you can see, it's not on 89. No one knows. There's no 89. I saw him before though, so this is very frustrating. Very frustratio. It is big bummer. Oh, and the ChessCom. You know what though? Honestly, the ChessCom. Let's go ChessCom because it's better than this garbage. So, or it's got to be better because this thing was all messed up. Champions Chess Tour. Sitgis. Games. Well, where are the games, Bows? That ain't it. Whatever you got there, that ain't it. No, I guess that's no good either. Well, not only that, but I can't get the live boards. I can't go back because like it's not live on the Kostya board. I have to like babysit it for it to work. I gotta babysit it. I gotta babysit it. Anyways, let's go to the Pruess game. See, what? See, it's just a disaster. Oh, and then I gotta go back through it again, dude. Ah. Yeah. Well, guys. Kostya's game in the Discord. Where in the Discord, Bows? Where did you put in the Discord? Where did you put it in the dojo? I'm not seeing it in general, Ben. I was just there. And no lo puedo see. Oh, here we go. Visit site. So you found it on ChessCom, dude. Oh, and I just looked for it on ChessCom, and it was so annoyingly not there. All right, let's go ChessCom again. See, when I go ChessCom, see, I get that. What the hell's that? That ain't nothing. See, they're just showing one game. Oh, wait a second. There's two of them here. All right, let's click that. Oh, this is better. Oh, Kostya, where did you go? Oh. All right, I'm just going to move it on over here. Boom. Oh, my God. Look at that. Okay. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. There we go. Oh, gosh, such a jerk face. Something like that. Now, if I could get David's in, I'd get David's in. Now, I'm not sure this will automatically update. That's kind of el big questione. Don't know. Kostya, the computer says black is doing better. He needs to study my opening repertoire, you dumb Kostya. Come on, buddy. I'm just going to be hanging out watching this game a little bit. I'm probably going to do continue the business I was doing before too. Right now I need to address other problems. All right, you guys, I think there's something wrong with transmission. I might try to figure it out later. It's a real hassle in the castle, though, I'll tell you. They're probably dealing with first round blues where they can't get it together. They're trying to stream like a lot of different games. You can see all these games are all messed up too. So I'm gonna actually I'm gonna come back in a little bit and I'm gonna start the game analysis for the 1700 and continue that. So I'll be back in a second. All right, my friends, we're back. Let's go see if we can find Kostya, but then ultimately we want to. Yeah, they're having some grief over here. Let's just refresh and see what we can see here. Well, I refresh, I don't know if I find anything here, baby. Christoph Kuna. Coast, coast, Kostya, coast. There's Kostya, coast. So yeah, dude, Kostya's in a bad way. At first it feels like it's equalish, but the big grief is black is looking to touch our coconuts, son. Yeah, he's looking to touch our coconuts. So Kostya wants to play rook e1, and then on rook e1 he has to worry about various knight d3s, and he has to worry about simplissimo stuff like b5. But from a human perspective, it's hard to imagine a move that's not rook e1. Correct. One very sad thing about rook e1 is if black wants to just kind of shut the game down, he could play ed, queen d3. And let's just talk about the big bummer, man. If Kostya doesn't win this, it's like already you start the tournament, and it's no norm for you, buddy. No norm for you if you draw or lose this game. Oh, man. All right, bye, Krabby Crab. Okay, you guys, this is what we're going to do. We're going to, like, check in on this business, but we're going to, it's just so depressing. We're going to go to the scoreboard. Actually, I got it on 2 boards here. But we're going to go to the Chess Dojo scoreboard, and we're going to keep looking at 16 to 17, and we'll just kind of pop in and out, hopefully. That's my intention. So I go 16, 17. I go search. And let's see, we've done a lot of these. We had that beautiful Taylor game, and I really want to look at games from people I don't know or haven't seen yet. Maybe I can make Jadub here, you know. Oh, I can definitely make a Jadub. See? That's called a Judubovich. I think that'll transfer too when I switch back to Kostya. Now, W.S. Lich, this dude has been with the program for a bit. Let's go check him out. Follow. He could graduate, man. This dude could graduate. Huh. It's kind of rare for the over-the-board rating to be higher. And done a lot of work, dude. Look at these, dude. These guys putting it in. Okay, good. All right, let's go back and we're going to look at W.S. Lich's game here. This is an old-timer one. Yes, h4 is a hell of a drug, dude. Yeah, it's pretty fancy. So with h6, white could claim that his main problem is the rook that doesn't get in, and maybe someday it could be opened with rook h3. Is it true? I don't know. Makes sense. Also, queen e6 is working against that c4 idea a little bit. I don't know if that's true. This is good annotation, man. This is very good annotation. Like this kind of thing. And you don't have to play a4, of course. But yeah. Good. Now this is very well played so far by white. I appreciate the clear advantage symbol as well. And the bummer of this is now at the minimum, white can go into a favorable ending. And dude doesn't even think about anything but 94 certainly looks scary. But it should just be said that queen e6 is a clear advantage for white as well, because you still play 94 next. After the exchange of pieces, I am less worried about a serious near-term attack on my king. My new concern is that I'm behind in development. However, I'm feeling some positive energy about my rook on the 7th and possibly coordinating with my bishop. Now, one of the things that I would want him to do in the annotation is just to consider this for a second. We're definitely worse, right? But how bad? It's pretty bad. Do we think, when we compare the two positions, though, do we think we have any chance? So bishop f5, and he's talking about rook f2. Okay, that's a good note. That's a good note. And then it's critical to see that this guy is protected. Like the knight does have a function, because then rook d8 stuff is never that big of a thing. Okay, I'm enjoying this. Right. Oh, excuse me. Bishop f5, rook d2, correct. Looks like a good move. Looks like a good move. White's playing this pretty well, dude. Now, this game, this endgame's interesting in that, obviously, we have chances with the opposite color bishops. It should be lost because white has the initiative in so many ways on the queen side. It's not a happy move, but I understand. Knight d3 makes some sense. We could debate it, though. And g3, I'm not understanding why we're playing g3. I get it. He wants to just be able to move the coconut. Nice move. And now the annotations end a little bit. And black is getting hosed. It would be, I would like to see after f6 some kind of analysis, you know, and just in terms of like, well, what do we think about the position? What plans will white use here? Bishop b6 followed by knight c5 looks very strong, for example. And then the intention will be to ring the king in. And there's no counterplay that I can see for black. What do you guys think? Do I highlight this as good? That's pretty good annotations, dude. Pretty good. There could be more. Let's feature this game. Sure. My student might be on me here. Okay, let's keep going. So I featured it. That was W.S. Litch. That was Taylor. We saw that game earlier. Quiet Chess, Opsy, Adam Greenert. See, this is what we see in the other cohorts too. It's often like the usual suspects here. So I just want to give people a chance here. Wayne Veem. Yeah, good, man, good. Abdul, we can't see the Pruess game. Pruess game is unavailable. I think the later rounds will be able to see the games a little bit more cleanly. I thought this was going to be the Frankenstein Dracula variation. I didn't know. I didn't know we called it that. Yeah. It's funny. I give Queen H5 in my Chessable course, and I didn't know it was called the Frankenstein Dracula variation. Hold on a second. Jamil, say nothing controversial, buddy. I'm on stream. No, none of those jokes anymore, buddy. None of those jokes.
Can't say anything, but you're censoring me.
You're censored. I'm already canceled, so it's for your benefit, dude.
I feel marginalized.
All right, question, boss. Do you want to do our lesson, or do you want to hang out a little bit and stream with me? It's your choice.
No, let's hang out. I'm in the mood to hang out. Come on.
All right, we'll hang out. So
give me a second. I'm going to put the stream up. So let me just mute the... okay, it's already muted. There you are. There's that baseball cap.
Yeah. So, boop. Boop. Okay.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to collaborate on the Chess Dojo website on the same board?
You mean like in the same way that we can do it on Chess.com? Is there a way to do it on our site?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of it. But that's a good thought. But it's very easy for... I think the reason not to do it is it's so easy to set that up same feature up on both Chess.com and Lichess.
Yeah, although it would be cool if you could do it on your website too.
Well, here's the thing, though. After c4, I think bishop b4 is correct move, because if you just go back, then my knight gets to move. But, well, what's going on? Why can't you play queen takes g2, Bus? Yo, buddy. Maybe he just
Queen takes g2. I don't know. Is there any compensation with rook g1?
Well, let me just first say, whether we decide if there's compensation or not, this has to be in the annotations.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I guess there's a rook takes c7 issue here too.
Mm-hmm. And then the next move is probably just unpinning with bishop d2.
Well, let's slow it down. I think black is just way too developed. So if you don't play rook c7, I'm gonna just castle and say goodbye.
Okay, so rook c7.
And now I have a couple different good-looking moves. The most obvious is rook g8, rook d, and rook d8. And then I can think about e4 too, but rook d8, knight d4 is a hell of a drug as well. Holy catoles.
Knight d4. Queen
Knight d4 is queen a4, so I got to worry about that a little bit.
Queen a4, yeah. Or even well, no, it's black to move, yeah.
But, well, yeah, I mean, just before we go crazy, black has everything out and white doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's not that complicated to say that black's better. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, material is still equal, isn't it? 5 pawns versus 5, yeah.
Technically, yeah. Okay, so on this though, like, I thought king f1 was only move. And then white's also worse here, but probably not losing on the spot. Okay, so I'm going to skip this annotation. Not a bad one. Let's keep going. We've seen, now we're 1700, Jamil. We're seeing some great ones here. Oh, we got Jack. Jack is playing some lower rated player here. If you guys don't know, Jack is a hero of the Dojo. And his over the board rating has suffered. Look at this guy. He's playing your stuff, dude. He's doing your thing, man.
I'm a trendsetter.
Okay. That's a good note. E5. F6. Here it comes.
Knight f3. What's he play here? He goes, okay.
Well, if he's going to play a6, taking is certainly rational. And now queen h5 I don't think is it, though, after snip. Just knight f3, boss, and castle.
Mm-hmm. Alternatively, knight f3, yeah.
And here we should consider other moves besides f5. King f7.
Queen e7?
Maybe queen e7, bishop e6. But king f7 definitely should be a thought. Because f5, well, now he just kind of murdered his Dark squares. Thank you.
Yeah. So
Bishop
knight 4,
b4.
knight 3.
I think bishop b4 we should criticize.
Yeah.
And bishop d2 we should talk about because he's giving us that beautiful bishop in the dark squares. That wasn't it. Oh, that's not it. All right, Jamil, put into words why c5 is especially controversial.
Well, firstly, it's not a developing move. And yeah, black really ought to start off with developing his knight, I'd say. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not a priority right now. Stop blowing things up.
Right, and what I'd add is since you're down on time, you're increasing the value of time by playing c5 because you're opening the position. Now, bishop g5 makes some sense. a3 makes some sense. The other move I'm really drawn to is knight a4. And yeah, I'm playing to hurt you, son. I'm playing to hurt you. Okay. So, natural move, bishop g5.
It's developing. It's principled.
Oh, this rook e1 seems a little dogmatic. Okay, but here we go, Jack. All right, here we go. That's a man's move. Declined. And now he's thinking about knight h4. What other move does he consider? h4. Now, if you want to play knight h4, you could also consider dc here.
Yeah,
Got
dc, knight d4.
Do I have some sympathy for a3? A little bit. Yeah, mistake. Yeah. Good move. Pawns aren't people. Bring your knight in, buddy.
What's he do? Okay.
Good.
There's no sack. No, I was quickly considering a sack.
I was thinking queen a6. If he didn't have queen c8, so it would be queen a6, rook a6, rook b8. If he didn't have queen c8, we'd be on the business. Actually, let me tell Jack we're looking at his game right now. Looking at your game on stream now. Okay.
So, no,
I think
knight f5. I don't think does anything. I mean, if you just take through the pawn, then queen a5 pins the rook, but still, I don't see anything. Queen h5. Here's an interesting move. What about rook b7?
Oh, rook b7. I was thinking about rook b6 because I'm not as fancy as you are. So first rook b6 looks good because cd... No, this is no good, Kraai. What are you saying? He just goes back. All right, boss, let's consider your crazy move. Rook b7, queen takes, knight takes.
Yeah, there's a lag. Okay, so rook b7, queen takes, knight takes. Yeah.
So he's going to have to defend the c-pawn, something like that. And this would be speculative, right? This would be speculative.
Okay, well, let's consider
Knight f4.
Okay, let's consider rook. Sorry, knight g7 check.
So he's going to play king f8 on you, son.
And then you push the pawn.
No, he'll take your bishop. But knight f4 is kind of a hassle in the castle. There's definitely compensation after knight f4.
Yeah.
So for Jack, he might not join us here in a second. Now is it this? No, Diana is saying that the game I was showing of Kostya's was actually somebody else's. I wonder if it's actually Diana's, who is in the chat saying, "Hey, how does it go?" I wonder if Diana is the same Diana, is my question. This one would be easy to lose because we got to do something dynamic now. And knight f3, by the way, the bummer with knight f3 is black doesn't have to take on f6 after knight f3. And it's not clear what the knight is doing on f3.
All right, here's an idea. Knight takes e6.
Queen takes.
No, there's no queen a6.
No.
Because now the king has the d7 square. Knight b3.
Well, that's what he does. Let's now maybe he doesn't like it just because he lost this game, but it certainly is a natural move to play knight b3. And now dude attacks with queen e3. And I definitely think rook c8 is the big question. Like, could black just hold the business like this? But, oh. Look at this terrible thing, too. I want to play queen g3, but then this move.
Oh, yeah.
So that didn't work out.
Yeah. No, hold on. So it takes. So
Takes
queen
what?
G3, queen G3, knight takes, pawn takes.
Queen takes g3.
You don't have any empty mezzo, do you?
I don't see it.
C6.
I don't see it.
Rook takes c6, what? King
d7.
d7. Oh, but no. I was thinking knight. Is there any sort of knight? Knight f5, rook takes, but then the queen comes back. Okay.
Jack's watching. Okay. So, first of all, Jack, I want to say, like, I'm sure you probably felt you were winning here, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, man, this is complicated. You definitely should be winning. And then the question is, how? How can this knight somehow do something? Okay, I have a radical solution that maybe no one's going to like. Knight f6, knight e6, excuse me, takes, and I'm going to move the queen somewhere. So the claim is, well, on queen b2, that is a winning position for me. The claim on queen e3 is a little bit more frisky, because I'm not 100% I'm winning the rook endgame. I feel pretty good I am, though. I feel pretty good that I am winning the rook endgame here. For example, king d7, probably the best move, and then bam, rook b6. Yeah, and here I'm wasting him because I can come in here next and do my business.
Oh no, Jesse, just yeah. Rook b7.
Yeah, rook b7. See, you make things easier. But even like the point with the C with rook b6 though is I have full control, so it doesn't matter whether it goes d8 or f8. I always have rook b6 is holding.
Yeah, but beating up a rook also.
Yeah. Buddy. Okay, so queen e3 is good news because if queen b2 doesn't, if queen e3 doesn't work, I want to play queen b2. And the reason queen e3 wouldn't work is some kind of knight f6. So then we would assume something like rook c8 or queen c6. And then we have this nice move where I'm really messing with his sows. Yeah. And interestingly, Jack didn't consider knight e6 at all. And I kind of get it, because he must have been like, even in the post-mortem, he didn't consider it, right? And he must have been like, yeah, I don't want to take that thing, man. But the problem is, a knight f3, the knight doesn't do anything. c2 or b3, the knight's not doing anything, right? So knight e6 is, I think, the best practical move. And your move, Jamil, rook b7,
Yeah,
if you wanted to tell me that this is winning for white, I wouldn't necessarily disagree. But it's far more speculative, because black can do a bunch of different things now. Yeah. I'm just going to say I'm not 100% on this, but I do know that black will, have a hard road ahead. Okay, so let's look at this game. Knight b3. Queen e3, d4, definitely a bad move. And right, his opponent doesn't understand that the reason they have a chance to hold this position is because the knight is poor.
And he just fixed it now.
Okay, now it's very hard for me to believe that knight takes d4 is incorrect mundo.
I don't see either.
Right.
Yeah, no, knight d4 has got to be right.
Now, do I believe that queen d4 is also winning? I do.
But it just seems so unnatural.
So let's look at what happened. Bishop d5. And now rook ec1.
Maybe the other rook?
Well, first of all, I think Jack missed some tactics here. So first of all, let's just stop and say, white's up a pawn. The dude is better developed. The king is a disaster. Right? So yes, this is a winning position. So dude plays rook b2. And can we just check? It looks to me like, well, we got to check knight f5. I don't know if it works, though.
Well, okay, what about...
Wait, let me just check this for a second. So gf, queen, rook, king. Oh, yeah, look at that, baby. Ow! Welcome to the dojo. Damn. So knight f5.
Oh.
That's a welcome to the dojo moment, right? Now, you could pretend that you're still in the game here, but I'm going to, like in that other variation, at the minimum, I'm landing my bad boy rook on b6, and I'm up 2 pawns. And once the rook lands on b6, then the f6 point is el permanente, as they like to say in the insurance business.
Yeah, and with the f5 pawn gone, there's no outpost. Any point position.
And Leert might have a suggestion. And Leert, in that variation you're saying, I think that in the older variation, I think I know what you mean, a knight f6, queen g6, knight d7. I didn't see anything for white. Okay, so I think Jack missed knight f5, but his claim about queen c3, let's just read what he said. I rejected this in the game because I wanted knight f6, ef6 to come with check.
Was knight c6 an idea too?
Maybe. Why not? But I think, first of all, he just missed knight f5. I'm going to guess, too, that Jack's mind, when he saw queens potentially going off the board, was like, nope. Nope, I'm giving them... Oh, wait. I might have blundered something, actually, Jamil. I think I blundered something. Hold on. I blundered something. On knight f5, gf, queen a7, dude, has this move. Idiot.
Wait.
My bad.
Sorry. Wait 1 second. There's a lag to me. Let me just...
So I blew that one. Sorry, Jack.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Can we consider knight c6 as
no,
well?
no.
No?
Well, because you're not doing anything on c6, boss, and you're
Yeah,
trading
but
the
you,
queens.
you, you lift the rook and then you can double up
But look, his move is fine.
with tempo.
His move is beautiful. The knight belongs in d4. It's doing a great job. Black's not doing anything. I calculated to here
Oh, in fact.
and rejected queen c3 because I lost my extra pawn, and black survives the discovery of the rook. Yeah, and also, Jack, I want to say the key thing is not the pawn, it's that his king is hosed. And in fact, anytime it gets worse, it's important to see whenever he takes that pawn, that's when the rumble and the jumble is really going to start. Yeah. Okay, so let's look. I still believe in your position after rook b2. Okay. Okay, I don't know. El Avioso move here, of course, is just here.
Okay.
That's El Avioso. Maybe we're a little concerned on this move. I don't know. He plays here. Uh-oh, we're getting some trades. All right, Kraai, slow it down for a second. So rook c3 is the move he considers. Does knight f5 work again? Seems like it does, right?
Rook takes rook.
Maybe we got to worry about this one. Look at that. Holy bajolies. And now on knight d6, you got to go to that square.
And there's no queen takes queen because
There's
of
no queen
background.
takes queen. Wow, dude. Okay. Okay, so first of all, strategically, it's important to see that the bummer of playing the way we did on rook bc2 is that we're allowing the rooks to trade off, right? Okay. So, okay, hold on. So we don't like rook bc2, and his move, rook c7, queen c7, rook c2 looks great. Also, as long as you just fix your junk and just play h4, then we got to believe in your position here too. h4 threatens obviously gives us a square, and threatens h5 with the knight f5 junk. Yeah. Okay, so this went down. And then something like h3. I think black should have tried to trade everything off. Oh, it's Jack who's the traitor. Yep. And h4, by the way, Jack, if we're going to play it, if we're going to play the h-pawn, is where we want, because the h-pawn has an implicit threat of playing h5. Like here, if the h-pawn was on h4, h5 would be a strong move. Oh, no.
This is, yeah.
Hold on, Jack. Queen g3, queen d4, queen... Oh, I guess king g1 offers the perpetual in the similar fashion. But here, I guess we are allowed to play on. No, it's not true, Jesse. He just plays queen e4 and stops your junk. Oh, no, Jack. Oh.
This is painful.
Very painful, dude. In terms of the analysis, let's go back a second. There was a couple points, Jack, that I would want. First of all, you're going to get a lot of chumps like this. They're just not going to appreciate time or anything else doing stuff like this.
I'll be right back, Justin.
Yeah. You're doing fine. I want more moves besides queen h5. Because g6, I don't think it hurts him that much in this position. I want to talk about other moves besides f5 too. And I want some kind of evaluation here. To me, it feels like after f5, clear advantage. Because he wants to have fundamentally the position open, wants this guy open because that's his unopposed bishop, and he just blocked it off. You know. Poor move, because he can't be getting rid of his dark square bishop. So bishop d2, we want to talk about. And then we got to talk about why that's poor. And, you know, the reason, as we discussed earlier, was he's already down in time. This loses a tempo and increases the value of time by opening the position. Okay. But that was great, Jack. I have a feeling we're going to see some other annotations from you here too. This one, by the way, my friends, one of the best. Petea, actually, this was her. It's showing up in 1516 as well. We just looked at one by W.H. Slich. Let's look at Arf, Arf, Arf. But Buddy decides to waste a move, which lets me get e5. Buddy. Hey, Buddy. Okay, we need some more stuff though. Obviously, he's playing a chump, and you know, let's give Arf 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 another chance when he's not playing a chump. Yeah, we definitely want to talk about different options besides c4. Okay, Chess Padawan. I feel like... I feel like this was also maybe in the game, maybe in the last cohort too, like he went up a cohort or something. Oh no, this is mildly novel. I've had this before myself as white, and queen a4, bishop d7, queen c2 is kind of like the computer approved thing. Good move. And white goes crazy with knight e5. Okay, let me just say, if I was going over this game, I would, but just in terms of finding best annotations, we got to be talking about knight e5. We got to be like Baus. We got to talk about some other things there too.
Yeah, rook, first thing that comes to mind is rook c1.
Or e3. All right, Sunbeam smiles. Oh, check this out, dude. He used Google Translate to translate the page to English. Oh, nice, dude. Uh-oh. Oh, he wants me to use Google Translate.
You speak German, don't you?
Well, it's this Dutch.
Oh, yeah.
And because I speak German, I can get a lot of these words. Esta Blunda. Okay. Okay. He's talking basics, which is fine. I guess, though, for both the book and the model games, we obviously don't want to do a different language. Okay, so let's leave this. If he, when Sunbeam graduates and stuff, I will maybe either do a Google Translate or just, work for it. Okay. Oh, here's Chess for Coffee, dude, who is a famous dude. He takes care of our YouTube stuff. Let's check this out. Dude, this woman, Petea, dude, she did one of the best annotations. She'd waste you, dude. She'd hurt you so bad. Okay.
What's she rated?
Oh, she's in the 16 to 17 under cohort.
Okay, and you think she'd waste me?
Oh, dude, how did your game go last night?
It went.
You lost.
Let's discuss this later.
Okay. So, this is chess for coffee. B6, F3, Knight C6. Oh, this is very, very spicy. And now A3.
What opening is this? It's a Queen's Gambit?
This is
Queen's Indian?
began and this is as a Nimzo Indian and has flavors of the Queen's Indian. Yeah. So it's true that we have reasons to be unhappy in this position. And what it might lead us to do is reflect on this Knight C6 stuff. But it's a fascinating, Chess for Coffee is playing a very ambitious setup now with F3. Personally, I think D5 is the simplest thing to play here against Bishop D2. B6, I'm sure is playable, but it's going to be harder to play, and F3 is really a challenging business. And now my intuition is that D5 for white gives an advantage. Let's see what she says. D5 followed by E4 seems like a reasonable way to play in the center. Well, good notes. Good notes. E3, a little funky. And then Bishop B7 is what she gives.
Some guy in chat said, would you bet $10 million that Hikaru is not cheating? Well, you need $10 million in the first place to bet it.
Oh, Jamil, I didn't tell you the news, dude. So yesterday, dude, I got to, but the Dojo Talks was me and Kramnik.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, me and Kramnik, dude. And he was a little bit, not a little bit, he was very much on his soapbox and stuff. But then, it was supposed to be me and Kostya and David, and then their internet bailed because they're in Barcelona or something. So it's just me and Kramnik, dude.
Yeah.
It's just me and Kramnik, me listening to his tirade. I feel like I got a couple words in, boss, but he was going off on his tirade. Yeah. Okay, so let me say something.
How'd it go? How'd it go?
Nah, I feel like when we had, first of all, the good news is that the podcast is big enough now that we have some names like Hikaru and Kramnik, kind of wanting to be on the show. It's for their own personal reasons, of course, but they see the podcast as something where they're like, oh, this is a place where I can get my message out because it's big enough. And, I was thinking, James Altucher's podcast, he gets loads of famous people on there. They have their own selfish reasons for going on, but then for him, it's not only cool for the podcast, but it's just cool to talk to these people. Anyway, so we've had Hikaru and Kramnik on now. I didn't like either of those, honestly. It didn't feel like neither of those podcasts felt like a genuine conversation to me. It felt like two alpha males mansplaining their situations. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But interestingly, the Hikaru thing, the allegations only came out, was it the next day or 2 days later?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Bishop A6, definitely a mistake. I would say you should castle here, Pate, because it's not clear. It's clear that you need to castle, but it's not clear that Bishop B7 needs to happen. And if we argue that white will come to his senses and eventually play D5, maybe we should just play D5 now.
What's he playing? Bishop B7?
Wants to play Bishop B7. She played Bishop A6.
Okay.
B4 is reasonable.
I can kind of understand why. I'm assuming she's trying to prepare D5 herself. But then, yeah. much would I be willing to bet Hikaru's not cheating? I don't gamble, so the answer to that question is 0.
I have zero idea whether he's cheating or not. I think that one of the challenges actually is people are judging whether other people are cheating based on how they feel about that person, you know. But honest, and here, so for example, for myself, I'm a kind of unsuspecting dude, so I would say hardly anyone's that like of the top players are cheating. But then that basic naive view of the world has to be contrasted with the fact that we know that loads of players that I know well and wouldn't suspect of cheating have already been caught cheating.
Yeah.
Okay, so A5, I wish she would say what she felt she should have done instead of A5. And now D5. Okay.
Yeah, this looks a bit uncomfortable.
And definitely we could just play, so for what I would say is well, let's play D5 now, right? Let's play D5 now. Okay, so the central thrust. Okay, I'm going to stop here because there's a lot of questions she's not answering, but I am going to look at another one of hers later. So that was Petea. We've looked at all these people. Let's look at here another one of hers, and then we'll look at Kumpas. So, after the game, Black discovers that White had sent a direct message to ask for a retake. A retake? No way. Now, it's questionable how bad it actually is.
Yeah, I mean, C4 is not a move here, I don't think.
Jamil, you're talking like these chumps who are writing these annotations like a move. Does it make sense or not? You know, that's the only question.
What's your answer then?
It might be playable, but I'll tell you what, it's not playable after Queen takes D4. That ain't it, because now you're just getting hosed. So the question would be Knight F3 or C takes D5. And then the question, is can you play this position? I don't know. But this is definitely poor.
Yeah, and also, would you consider D takes C4 instead of C? Yeah, D takes C4 instead of C takes D4.
Well, this is beautiful. She's getting her knight out with tempo. How can it be wrong? Okay, so after a 2-minute thing, she plays knight GS7, which certainly makes sense. And instead likes D4. Good. And yeah, I like her note. She's saying, and what she misses here is that she could be winning the pawn. Now, that said, I still really like her position after knight GE7. I really, really still like her position after knight GE7. But she's right that D4 would just make the game so much simpler. F4 certainly feels wrong. Check the miserable queen. And one thing, as Jamil has discovered, is that when you play people who aren't in the dojo, they give away tempi for free. Thank you very much. Bishop B4, check. Queen D2. And now I have a question.
Would you consider B6 in that position?
Not
Preparing
yet.
Bishop C5.
Maybe, actually. Okay, it's not dumb. I was just thinking, though, this still, I think we can mess with White pretty good here in this position.
You don't want to trick.
Well, here's what I was thinking. I was thinking she should try this move.
Oh, wait, here's an idea. Yeah, knight, exactly. Knight D4. if bishop takes bishop, knight takes bishop, there's no queen takes knight because of the fork.
No, we're not done yet, though. Let's say bishop takes, knight takes. Knight a3 is one question. I think queen a5 is pretty deadly, though, right there. That's deadly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that doesn't work. So then maybe white has to consider bishop d. No, bishop d3. I'm going to play dc. So this looks better. And I'm going to guess what happened is she missed that when queen takes, there's this business. And that's why she takes here first, kind of doing the same idea. Right? And it's still very unpleasant for black, or excuse me, for white. There's no doubt about it. Okay. So white plays back. And she talks about knight b3. Good. Yeah, so b6 or knight b3 seems reasonable. Castles too. Just castle, Bows. Just castle. Okay, so queen b6. And now black sees that knight c2 drops a piece. Oh, I see. So she was thinking she was somehow winning the queen over there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now, we definitely want bishop c5. I'm not sure at all about knight a4, though, because then I have this move. Right? I don't know. Okay, actually, it's complicated. I don't know. Well, I think we're doing fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So I think she missed that. So she trades this person off. Queen b2. And this is fancy in the sense that, right, we're saying rook b1, knight c2. Wow. I mean, that's a nice variation.
What is it? Rook b1, knight c2.
Queen
In there
a2.
somewhere. Okay. Yeah.
So this looks promising. Okay. So we have one problem, and it's called our bishop on c8. Otherwise, we're winning.
It's also called back rank.
Fair, okay. But white's knight's a chump on e2. Obviously, the bishop is pinned.
Yeah, but black's knight isn't doing so great either. I mean, white's if white gets control over the d file and keeps the bishop there, the queen's threatening to take on c6.
Okay, but look, black has the better structure, and bishop d7. What I don't understand is if we just go back, aren't we better? I'm gonna say positionally winning even in this position, because Yeah, dude. My queen's better. My structure's better. And who knows what that knight on e2 is doing? Whereas rook d8
Okay, well,
creates all kinds of grief for me.
knight d4 maybe.
But think about it. What are you doing? You want to trade off my my knight put my bishop on c6, buddy? Is that what you want to do? That's all. That's the only dream my bishop's got, dude. He's just waiting. I'm just waiting for the moment.
Any queen? No. I was thinking some sort of, at some point, some queen g3. No, because it hangs knight or queen g4, followed by f5.
Pepper Chess, where do you what club do you belong to in England? We got some English chess players who want to take you out, dog. They're talking smack. They're like, Jamil, that guy's a chump.
Good luck trying, buddy.
Okay, king f2. And now bishop e8 is certainly like the human move, right? So first
Wait. Was there any tactic there, quickly? Can you just
Which
go
one?
back? Some sort of bishop takes a7.
Oh, just play knight a7.
Yeah, and then queen takes g7. Sorry, to b7.
No, man, my queen's guarding that thing. Black's queen is amazing, dude. Black's queen is totally amazing. Now, one of the things that's interesting about this is when this goes down.
Who's Chris C?
Chris C is Kostya, dude. You've played that guy.
Is that Kostya?
Yeah.
Jamil ain't what? I know that for sure. Need I remind you, Kostya? I beat you the first game we played.
Nah, he's a chump, Chris. Don't try, let me tell you, buddy. We're talking chump central over here. Okay, bishop e8.
Wait. Queen takes e6 doesn't do anything, does it?
Look at what she found, dude. Queen c6.
Yeah, queen c6. If pawn takes, you take the rook. If bishop takes, you take the rook.
Dang, that's cruel,
There's
man.
bishop c5. Yeah, if the king tries to defend, there's bishop c5 ideas. Yeah. Did she play it?
Well, it's her opponent could have done it.
Oh, okay, yeah. No. And you're guaranteed to lose the bishop because if queen f8, it's bishop c5.
Yeah, that's a nice shot.
So he's got to create some luft.
No, it's just lost. If you lose the bishop, that's it. Okay, good variation. Yeah. So instead, black, he goes for the pawn.
Oh, Kostya says Jamil ain't no chump. See, because you censored it, I thought you were. I thought Kostya was talking smack. My apologies, Kostya. My apologies.
Pepper Chess, which club do you play for in England? And bishop b5, I'm totally with her. I think bishop b5 is great. And then, right, also here, it's the knight on d8 that's the problem.
Because I never talk smack. It's always it always just blows back in my face.
Ooh, look at this queen! Look at this queen d4 move, man! Exclam! Look at that poor knight, dude! Oh, my knight's hosed! Oh no! Oh, that's one of the most brutal knight things I've ever seen, dude. Oh man, look at that! That's so cold, queen d4, man. So let me just say, white played a number of terrible moves, but he did find queen d4. All right. I'm not sure why we need to check on h1. So I would prefer h6. Why? Because we want to control the dark squares while we do have control of the light. So for example, here, here, and we might be lost. We might be. However, that's not a done deal yet. And black actually will have chances for counterplay. It's not so easy for a coconut. Bishop f3 is on its way, or bishop b5. Oh yeah, no, this isn't easy.
Bishop f3, knight g3.
Well, first of all, it's white's move, boss. I'm about to take the h pawn. If you give me the h pawn, I'm camping. I'm not a happy camper necessarily, but I'm camping, as they say. Maybe queen d3 check, followed by queen g3. That might be what we're after. There you go. Check to the miserable. Bishop e4, queen g3. All right, so we can call this technically winning, but there's still a little bit of work to do. She checks first. And again, I want h6 because now there's just more weaknesses on over there. Same deal. We're not really threatening anything. Bishop d8 is a sign of somebody who's impatient. White needs to consolidate the business. Man, I mean, maybe, like bishop d8, like maybe, but it's not clear where it's going. Not sure I understand. All right, we're messing with them some. And then we talk about this variation. White should win this, right? Well, probably it's not over yet. Now, one thing that is in White's favor is that this pawn is a dark square pawn. But it's gonna be a hassle for white to win the b pawn.
Yeah. And you're almost guaranteed to trade at least one pawn up, aren't you?
Oh, I'm going to trade some pawns.
Yeah.
I don't think... Well, then white has to just make a decision about, do I want to allow king f5? Something like this. It'll be close. It will be close.
Are you not better off marching your king towards the passer on the b file and keeping the bishop on g3 or something?
You can do it that way too, but if you go this way, I'm coming this way.
Mm-hmm.
And we can talk about that one too. That might also be winning, but it's going to be a race. Yeah, it's going to be close. Okay. Whew. All right. So, right, there's not anything happening. Oh, we ended up getting this. We missed that one. Okay. Good notes, good notes. Oh, Jamil, listen up, buddy. We got to do our lesson because I got a lesson with Chris at 2.